The cards speak. Justice listens. Welcome to the unseen. Truth doesn't hide forever, not from the eyes that see. Spirits stir, clues awaken. Let the seeing begin. Behind every crime, a shadow speaks. I'm Lady Zelda. Welcome to Seeing Crime. Hello, my darlings. Are you excited? Because I am. I am really, really excited. I cannot wait for tonight because we haven't seen this in a long time. And while we will be reading for Nancy Guthrie, I think I'm going to be putting a few questions in for some other cases too. So this is basically how it works when I read like this. I've got another camera. I'll turn it on my table. And then I'm just going to ask a question and pull a couple of cards and see exactly where it takes us. Now, I am not going to ask if any specific people committed a crime. Not going to do that. But if you want to comment, please put initials in the comments, okay? I'll know who you're talking about. I did put the comments on a little slower, 45 seconds, because when they go so fast and I'm reading, hey, I can hardly keep up. So I appreciate that so very much. Loved your late night read. Thank you so much, Wendy. You know, it's one of those things when a case grabs a hold of me, especially when there's things that are just so sus, sus. I just can't help. But I'm all right. I'm going to explain it like this. And quite frankly, oh, hold on just a minute. I see somebody in the chat I want to shout out. Hello, everyone. I want to introduce to you the Creepy Unknown Tales TV. This is Mrs. Marie, and I want to invite you to go to her channel because she's got some cool things on there. So thank you for being here. Thank you to True Oracle, and especially thank you to my beautiful mods, because guess what? They've got my back, and that means they've got yours. So if you have any problems, please just go ahead. Please just go ahead and let them know. But anyway, what I was going to tell you, and we will talk about this on Monday night when I have my first live scream. It could be my first live stream on the Still Case channel. I'm going to take you through and show you exactly what I do when I get involved with a new case. You're going to be amazed. And I'm just going to say, I'm not your run-of-the-mill card reader. Now, look, there's a lot of good ones out there, and I appreciate them. But I'm a forensic intuitive profiler. And I go one step further because I want to know what I'm dealing with, who I'm dealing with, and who all is involved. I'm going to show you. I'm going to break it down. But I'm going to tell you now what happens. And it happens with each and every one of us. And it's something that you have to be aware of. Because your brain, this thing, you see, your mind and your brain are two different things. Your brain is performing scans constantly, just like a little radar. And your mind picks up those vibes. And if your mind is not thinking the way that you need to, your brain will come in and it will fill in all the blanks. And unfortunately, that's why a lot of times when we're thinking about negative things, that we continue to think about negative things. Because during your brain mind scanning phase, it will automatically just go back to what it's used to. And that's why you've got to change things up a bit. So we're going to be doing all of that stuff. We're just going to be doing all of that stuff. Another thing I am going to tell you, some of you have asked me, Lord Gregor's book, and yes, I wrote it. He actually wrote, I penned it, and I'm annotating it all already, but it is now available in hardcover. Now, I had it up in the shop, and I took it down because I want to bring the best option to you that I can. And I'm almost done with my book, Seeing Crime, almost done with the game book, and I'm going to be releasing those. But I want to get this to the point where it comes to you easily without problems and issues. And I'm going to tell you what, this book covers a lot. It's serious. I mean, if you want a book, and I'm going to read you something out of it. And this is one of my favorite things out of his book. I'm just going to tell you. And this is from him. If there is a gift hidden within the passage of years, perhaps it is this. Time eventually teaches us that life is not something to be conquered, solved, or perfectly controlled. It is something to be lived thoughtfully, stewarded faithfully, and appreciated while it is still unfolding. The goal is not to emerge from life with every question answered. The goal is to emerge having loved well, learned continually, served honorably, and remain open to the wisdom each season has to offer. I love that, and believe me, this book is full, but he teaches and he tells and he explains and he shares, and it also tells the story of how we met. So there we go. That's coming very, very soon. So thank you very, very much for that. I love it. Believe me, I wrote it and I read it. I'm reading it because it's him. It's him. Okay. Secondly, I want to thank you so much for all of you who are ordering Avon. You're blowing me away. I am so happy that I can help you. And I want to show you something. Do you see the shine in my hair? The shine in my hair. I want to show you what this is. Because where I am, it is hotter than the gates of you know where. And I did not spray this part, and you can see this is turning into a little fuzzy boy right here. And I want you to know Avon has a all-in-one leave-in conditioner that is organic and it is coconut. And I'm just going to tell you this. It is fabulous. I do not normally use spray-in leave-in conditioners because they make my hair, ding dong, Avon calling. That's right. They make my hair greasy. This does not. I spray it in, and sometimes I'll even just spray my brush first. But if you get it and you spray it in your bathroom, you better be careful. You need to wipe your floor up, because I'm going to tell you, I did a dance probably better than 1978 after I did it for the first time. My heck. And so you don't want to spray it around wood floors or tile or anywhere. It's there we go. So it is called the Organist. It is not Organist, it is Organist. It is the leave-in conditioner, coconut, and you can find it in my store. I love it. I listen, this works. I have curly hair under the back here, and especially when it gets hot. And then up here is just like straight as a ding dang bone. And it works with all hair types. And it's a nourishment. That's what you have to know. It is a nourishment. You will love it. You will love it. So check that out. Check that out. Captain Harris told me that she received her Avon package yesterday and she loved everything. There's all kinds of little, and there's free shipping, $40 and over. And the eye and lip pencils, $2.99. They are on sale and they are fabulous. And it takes a lot for me to endorse makeup, but look, I get these high-end makeup things, right? Where you spend a lot and it's the same. Look, I'm the first one who used to wear Wet n Wild because a lot of it had the same ingredients as Lancome. Because I used to work at Nordstrom's and Lancome. And I'm going to tell you, I don't like to buy expensive makeup. So that's why I want to share it with you. So there we go. Now, the other thing I want to show you, this is power right here. This is a cream. And look, I stuck my nail in it. It doesn't come like that. That's me, doing my thing. And this is how you do it. Now, I don't do the streak like some of these other people. I pat it in. And I want you to know I wear this out when it is 100 degrees here and it doesn't move. They have beautiful and wonderful mascara. They've got waterproof and non-waterproof. So that's what I do. Just like that. Hello. And I love it. And then, of course, I always take a little paper towel and just pat it in. I don't wet it. I just pat it in. That's what I do. And it lasts. The lipstick is also, I forget the name of the lipstick. Let me look at it real fast. I have no idea. It's either Garnet or Jam. Garnet, I believe, is what it is. I love it. The chat ladies are looking hot Cheeto. Thank you. Somebody told me that I was in a channel today. They said they subscribed because they wanted to subscribe to Hot Zelda. And I said, well, maybe I'm lukewarm. So there we go. So anyway, I love it. And this is what I'm wearing. Eye pencils, brow pencils, eyeshadow, and skincare. There you go. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you, Marigold. Okay, my darlings. So tonight we're going to be reading cards, but first of all, look at you. This lady right here, she is a friend. Well, she's a friend of me and this channel, but she is also a friend of my son Ian's, and she plays on Twitch. It's okay. We won't hold it against her. I wish I could do on Twitch, but listen, those people are ruthless and they come for the throat. I don't need that. They go for the throat over there. But they have good mods and they don't allow that stuff. So thanks for being here, my darling Uvu. So thank you so much. All right. Also, I want to say there's been a lot of people, I don't like to say the word creator, a lot of YouTubers. I don't want to say Oh, yes, they are. If you like the Halloween socks, and oh my gosh, they're adorable and they're pretty good quality too. But I had some beautiful channels with beautiful people. And you know what? There's a lot of turbulence going on, but they shouted me out. And you know, I appreciate that. And I want to say thank you to them. And you know, I think it's very important to support people having their own opinions, but not bullying others. There's a big difference. And I don't care who gives to anybody's channel. I don't care because if it's not my money, I don't care. I give to whom I want, and that's it. I don't care. That's just the way it is. So, my darlings, okay. You can hear my son in there. Whoa. Okay. It is horrible what's going on, Kelly. It is. I saw you today, Kelly, my darling. And I even think last night, where have I been? Do I even sleep? What day is it? Okay. Thank you, Sherry. You're a darling. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pardon me. I had Taco Bell for dinner. Okay. Let me see. I have used Avon Skin So Soft to repel biting flies on me and my horse's face for years. Flies just love his Peruvian coat. Oh, I think that's wonderful. Because you know what? I don't know what, as long as he can't lick it, but I can't use it on the kitties. But I think it's a good idea. Keep him off of those babies. Keep them off of those babies. Yes, it was earlier today, Kelly. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Well, I don't know if it's cutting everybody down, but, I think people just kind of have gotten tired, because they use this platform for everything than what it should be used for. And if I ever do that, I just want to give you all permission to go, hey, Zell, what you doing? What are you here for? And that's why I kind of stay once removed in arm's length. It's not that I like to listen to it. I don't. But, sometimes you just got to know which way the wind's blowing. And at this point, I just stay upwind. I just try not to get involved. That's the only way you can do it. I didn't have any let us know. I'm okay. I'm okay. So, okay. So this is what we're going to do. If I can, I always have to figure things out when I get to okay, here we are. Well, I just may as well you're going to see my table. It may be a mess. Yes, I am Switzerland for sure. And I also am the China wall. Right? I've got that China wall up. Hello. So here we are. I'm bringing myself to the chat. I'm bringing myself here until we can pretty much get in. I was watching you also at 12 a.m., Diana. Oh my goodness, that was a good card reading. Thank you so much. I just basically have to say, if I'm in the mood, I'm going to get up and do it. That's just the way it is. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Oh, wait. I'm wondering if we just should not set the energy. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys think we need to dance for 2 minutes and get the energy revved up. What do you think? And I just want you to know, if my son is watching, and I know his friends, he is the one who got me dancing by dancing. We're just going to do the short dance, and then we're going to get into the card readings, because sometimes I think it's helpful to get you and get me this energy. Here we go. We're going to dance just a little bit. It's a 2-minute dance. I think we can hack a 2-minute dance. right? Here we are. Get ready to disco and adjust your volume accordingly. Here we go. Woo! All right, guys. Snap your fingers. Woo! Yes! Here comes the energy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Even if you do it with one hand. That breaks the cycle. And then back into rhythm. Woo! Woo! Hold on. It wants to take us into another round. We got business to do. We will be dancing. Oh, from Spain. Oh my goodness. Hello. Thank you. Oliver, hello. You go, girl. I will. Thank you very much. We all got rhythm. So, yes, thank you. Best chair dancers, night at the disco. Listen, back in the day, I was all over those discos. Studio 54, when you were shoulder to shoulder and you were so packed and you depended upon your date to have your ID and whatever little money and maybe a lipstick in his pocket because you were so shoulder to shoulder. And if you were dancing, you could not be mindful of any handbag or anything like that. And it just wasn't done. You don't take a crossbody out on the dance floor and letting it all rip, tater chip. But those were the days, and that was fun. And believe me, if I could do it again, I would. All right, we're going to get started now. That was good. I've got another one, 3 or 4 minutes. We'll take a break halfway through, and we'll dance again. Now, this was my jam. This was my jam. I miss those days too. I miss those days. I miss a lot of that. 70s and 80s. Remember on Stranger Things when Kate Bush came out and she's singing Running Up That Hill? Listen, when that song came out, I was on Route 30 going from Ohio to Spokane, Washington when that song came out. And I stopped and bought it on a cassette player and about drove my, at that time, Navy commander husband out of his mind because I just kept letting it go. Those were the days. Those were the days. Class of 86. Oh, yeah. I'm 78. I mean, I'm not 78, but I was class of 78. All right. Mom, 54. All right, here we are. Now, oh yeah, I better put you on the screen. Hello, Zelda. What are you doing? Here we go. I think we'll put you that way. Let me move my keyboard so I can. Oh yeah, let's put the glass in there, you guys. Oh my God, I love it. I'm just gonna go. I looked like Barb for Stranger Things, right? I think I was more like, I don't know who I was. Maybe one of the monsters. All right, so here we go. And let me see. Okay, here we are. Let me make, I may be out of picture there for a minute. Okay, we're going to, is this, I think I need to back up a bit. This is too much for me. Okay. You go. Look at all of you. Listen, we are from the 1900s. There's something from that. The good old days for sure. All right. So, all right, let's get, I'm going to ask the cards where we need, what we need to see and where we are regarding Nancy Guthrie. And yes, I understand that they found another woman who was 64 years old. There's a 38-year-old Hispanic man at large. And this is 30 years or 30 miles from Nancy's home. So sorry about that for the family and all of that. All right, we're going to get into this mindset. Let me move this mic because this is getting a little bit, we're getting crowded. We're getting crowded. Well, I'm plugged in. We have to do something here. You can see, look, now that looks like a desk caddy to you, doesn't it? Fingernail glue, lipsticks, pens, nail files, the important stuff that you're supposed to have on your desk. All right. I want to ask about Nancy Guthrie. I'm pulling this back a bit. Two cards came out, my darling. This is the yes card. Now, what I was thinking about, first of all, okay. Wow, there's a lot. There's a lot. My mind is like, whoa, yes. Oh, did you get them? Good, my darling. You're welcome, boy mama. You're so welcome. I'm so glad you got them. I was a little worried because, you know, what if they would have broke? That's why I put them in that little baggie, so in case they broke, okay? So this traditionally is the yes card. And there are some people along the way that says that little guy looks like John Travolta. Now, I don't know. John, if you're watching, all right. But this two of, let me get Moisha. I'll be right back. For those of you who don't know, one of you beautiful people gifted me this. It's called a Torah pointer. You see this? And the idea behind this, is when you are reading the Torah, that it is very sacred and you're not supposed to touch it. So you can use this to point, to read, and to turn pages. The idea of the chain is to sometimes you can clasp it. Many women especially would wear a brooch and would clasp it on the brooch. I mean, this is called a yod. That's correct. And you know what? Look, it doesn't matter what I touch. The energy starts swinging just like a pendulum, only we're not going to do that. I just wanted to show you, but it is quite gorgeous and beautiful. And it's very, very, very pretty. And I appreciate it. All right. So now, thanks to, I named it Moisha, and that is no disrespect. All right. This is a very, well, here we go. This, my darlings, is a very interesting card, and there's a lot going on with this particular card. Now, a few things. First of all, for you that are medical in the chat, that is the staff of caduceus. All right. A lot of us here in the United States recognize that as being in medical field or on medicine or whatever. But there's a lot here. I'm going to go through this so that way you know. This young lady here is wearing the robes of the high priestess. This young man here is wearing the outfit of the fool. Now, nobody's the fool, but I'm going to give you the idea of what this is all about. You see, very closely, if I can show you, he is reaching out to her. They both have wreaths on their head, as in to say, it is a victory. And it is always a victory when people come together and try to put things together. This not only has an idea for love, but it has an idea for any type of strained relationship or any emotional situation that needs to be either negotiated or worked out. Now, this lion's head, I know that you've seen this in the strength card. The strength card, my darlings, is a Leo, but the Leo doesn't really have anything to do with this particular card, except that it's exuding strength. And both of the wings are over top of both of them, so it encompasses and shadows them in strength. I love it. And you can see there's a little house in the background. They're kind of in a desert type thing. So here's the thing. Maybe here, will it help? I'm seeing that most of you are having problems. Let me see if I can switch a Rooney. Maybe that's going to help. Now, this lady who is in the, I want to say the dressed as a high priestess, all water in the tarot comes from the high priestess, and that's it, from her robes. And ironically enough, this is a water card because of the cups, equal to the Two of Cups. I'm sorry, the Two of Hearts in the cartomancy or the playing cards. But she's holding some things. It's not that she's hiding things on purpose. The original high priestess, my darlings, sorry, that was Riley walking through, and it's like a mini earthquake when he does. It's not that she's hiding anything on purpose, but it's like she knows. She's got an inner knowing. It's very spiritual. And this high priestess actually was a real high priestess back in the day. And she did know things. But you know, the men, they didn't like her and they did away with her. And that's another stream. Now, we couple her with this fellow from the Fool card. Now, this fool, dressed as the fool, he's not a fool. But what this means is it's kind of like a do-over. It's a fresh start. It's wiping the slate clean and starting over. So here you have, between these two characters, you have a medical symbol, which is all about sometimes, and I can tell you that I know that you know this, sometimes people will pass away from stress and being brokenhearted, etc., right? So we have a medical symbol here. We have the pseudo high priestess and we have a pseudo fool. What does all this mean? Coming together because they want to negotiate a fresh start. Coming together because they know that they can put things together that will help them start over if she helps to reveal some hidden things. Isn't this funny? Because with Nancy Guthrie, there's a big medical issue, but some things have not been revealed yet. We're going to get into that on Monday. But this fellow here is the one making the gesture. You see him? And the reason he's, look, his little hand looks just like Moisha. What do you know? He's making the gesture because he is the first card in the tarot deck. Now, funny enough, the first card is not a 1, it's a 0. And it's not really even a 0. It's called a null, N-U-L-L, because it is null and void. And it's kind of like you're wiping the slate clean and you're starting over. So this tells me right now that and I ask about Nancy Guthrie, what's going on for her, that sister, no, that we will be hearing, oh, somebody's up behind me. Oh, lovely day. Looky there. Shooby-doo. We will be hearing more about Nancy Guthrie. And we're going to be hearing more about how someone is bringing some information to the table in order to have some things revealed. And this, my darlings, is the confirmation. Now, that was the long way around for saying, oh yeah, welcome to the cat house. Oh, that didn't sound right, did it? For those of you, if you know, you know. That took a long time to say. More things are coming out. Sister, you got to sit down. You go on now, Shoot. Oh, I know. Shooby-doo. She's just so touchy. She's just so touchy. Because she just, oh my gosh, look at this. Well, I can't move because everything else will be showing since it's her hiney right there. All right, so that's what we are to know. So what kind of other things are we to know? Sis, and she's purring. So it's not like I can just shoo her down off here. And, you know, shout out to Larry Foreman. You know the attorney, Larry Foreman. You know him, right? I was watching him last night, and all of a sudden there's a cat rolls over him. I love him for his cat. Larry, if you know that, bravo to you. All right. Cats bring a lot to the table when it comes to intuition. And quite frankly, They really help. Yeah, he's the DUI guy. There's a lot to be said for cats in law enforcement. All right. She is a little sweetie pie. All right, so now I want to ask, is there a cover-up in the Nancy Guthrie case? Is there a cover-up? I think there is. Hold on, let me see something. I think so. Oh, some more cards came out. Just a second. Funny enough, I need to see something. Just a second here. I love these little mini tarot because they can just kind of fit right in there. And I wanted this right here because I'm actually going to put, will it stay? No. Oh, it's not going to. Okay. Oh, it's not going to work. All right. So here we are. Funny enough, this is actually the first card in the tarot. See the number 1 down there? It's actually called a key. The number 1 in the tarot. Now, this is actually Mercury. Funny enough, it came out in the midnight reading that I had early this morning. And Mercury being over, that means we are in a shadow period and there's now more coming. This is a card of manifestation. And I believe that there's been a lot that's happened in the Nancy Guthrie case for us to see. Hold on, it's going to get good. Thank you, Sissy, and goodbye. Because there's an infinite amount of possibility to be covered up here. And you see one hand up, and look, we've got another Moisha hand here. And one hand down, as above, so below. So this case has got to get with the program. And that's what this means. There's every element available, including the ether. Everybody thinks that there's 4 elements. There's actually 5. It's ether. But anyway, there is abundance down here. But you see, there's even a little snake that's wrapped around this magician's waist, that it forms a never-ending circle, and it fits right in with this infinity sign or symbol. Now, being the sign of Mercury really means a lot to me, because this is something, this is really something that I'm like, okay, we have to start paying attention to the symbology, because there's cups, pentacles, wands, and a sword. So each and every part of the element. But here's where it gets good. Here's where it gets good, because I asked if there was a cover-up, pardon me. You see this 4 of Cups, a water sign, very emotional, however, can be very stubborn. The idea that this little fellow is sitting by a tree and there's this benevolent hand coming out and saying, oh, here's this cup. I want, here, will you take that? Will you understand that? Now, I feel sometimes, depending upon the cards that you pull and the situation, and when you are an intuitive forensic profiler, you have to look at every and all elements, because see, here's the sky is completely clear. And now we have this little cloud coming out holding this cup. Now, I do not believe that this fellow doesn't believe that it's good enough, what I believe, because you see, he's had 3 other chances here. What I believe in this is that he's turning down opportunity. What that means in the Nancy Guthrie case is that whomever was picking and choosing what opportunity to take and what to throw away. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? That's very interesting. So, and thank you, all of you are making beautiful comments about the still case. I can't wait to bring you, I've never shown what I'm going to show you on Monday night. Bring your pencil, bring your paper, bring your pen, bring your highlighter, get ready, because I'm going to put you all to work. No, not really. I'm going to give you some things to be noted by. So now I want to ask the cards what it is that we should know about the Nancy Guthrie case. And don't worry, we're going to ask about other cases too. What is it that we are supposed to know? And there's Shaggy sitting on my printer that he knows is a no-no, but Mommy's busy. And he's chasing his tail. So we're in good business here. What is it about? What is it about? Hold on. It says my browser lost connection. Did you really? Or you just want to be ugly? Hold on. There we go. Had to turn the sound down. Wendy, you got to take care of you're going to be okay. You can catch up, my darling. Okay. What is it that we need to know? What is going on here? Getting ready to storm. Let me try to fix this just a minute, my darlings. It's connecting again. Should be. There we are. Okay. Why am I hearing myself? Sylvia's daughter, they're already there. What is it? It's because my brow, let me do this. Let me do this, my darlings. My browser is not, I have to refresh my browser because it's not connecting right. Sorry. Shadow period, Mercury retrograde. Love you, mean it, Mercury. There we are. Oh. No. Now I think it's okay. Hold on a minute. I know I'm getting feedback. Here we go. Things just go haywire. Okay, let's try this again. Here we are. Okay, let me do this so it's easier for you all to see. Now, who should we look out for? Who should we look out for? Hi, BC. Oh my gosh, darling. I'm ready to look around like, who is she talking about? All right, here we are. Who should we be aware of? Yeah, who should we be aware of in the Nancy Guthrie case? Interesting. The Four of Swords, and many people will look up and say, oh, Zelda, there is no four. Yes, there is. Look closely. There's a sword that this knight is laying on because he took one for the team. He's the one that has fallen on the sword. Now, swords are air elements, and they're all about communication. And it's funny because the last two hands that we pulled up is all about wait and see, communication, making sure that, things will be revealed. But this is an interesting card because it's telling us, because you see that this fallen knight is at peace. But you can also see that, you see this up in here? Let me see if I can get it to focus. There is some letters in this beautiful mosaic or into this stained glass. They are P, A, and X. That is the Latin for peace. Now, I believe that this is telling us that Nancy is at peace. And for all intents and purposes, right now, that's important. I think it's very important for us to realize and not lose focus on the state of Nancy. I knew when I first started reading for her that she was gone, and I was kind of afraid to say that because nobody wants to get their lunch eaten, right? Nope, nobody wants to get their lunch eaten. But as time goes on, I am more and more convinced that this is true. Let's get the cartomancy. Now you're going to see that this deck has some faint writing on it. This used to be my teaching deck, and I retired it and started using it. And then see, I have another teaching deck I'm going to show you. It's in my little bag here that I keep in my handbag. And this I use, you can tell, well used and well loved. And you can see this is my teaching deck now because I write on it. And I want you to know that if any of you have playing cards and you're reading, and the guides that I've written are in the psychic shop, you can read cards tonight, but just get a fresh deck of cards and don't use them again for games. You can write on your cards. It won't hurt anything. In fact, it's very helpful because it's not there to remind you. It's there to help the cards retain their memory of what they mean. How I read is a little differently. Pardon me. I love this one particular lady. She is from Virginia. She is actually a client of mine and calls me just about every week. And she is also a card reader. But we were saying the other day, because there's the Anglo-Saxon way, there's the French way, there's this way, there's that way. But the funny thing of it is we always compare what cards come out. And they always come out meaning the same thing, the same intention. I love it. So if you're watching, my darling, that's the thing. I learned on the playing card deck. Give me a second. Pardon me. I learned, well, look at there. Here's a sweetheart, darling. Look, there's Kevy Kev. Go over and say hello to him, and JFK and Jay, and just go over and say hello. Just go over and say hello. Because those guys are wonderful, and they're shouting me out, and I'm shouting them out, because you know what? Let's show some love. So now, this is what I learned on. Yes, was my grandmother a very well-known psychic for that time? Yes, she was. And she met Lorraine Warren. And Lorraine Warren laughed so hard because my grandmother had a particular opinion about the Cleveland Castle where they met. And Lorraine agreed. So here's the thing. This is what I learned on. This is my grandmother's cards. The Gypsy Witch fortune telling cards. Oh no, a gypsy, my darling. My grandmother was no gypsy. And this is what they look like. This is what I learned on. Now, these meanings are not the same as what I learned on. I started out with my grandmother, and then I learned from a German Kartentante, which means a card aunt, when I was hanging all around the Germans back in the day. And so there we go. Now, I want to know about the Karen Reed case, and especially John O'Keefe. And that's what I want to know. Welcome, my darlings. And if you'll do me a favor, please put your little DNA on the like button. And listen, I think we need to bring back giving people the peace sign. Oh, look, hello. Yes, let's celebrate and bring back the peace sign. Ich bin ein Amerikanerin Mädchen. All right, bring back the peace sign. Do me a favor, if you've got a peace sign in ability, I'm going to lay out some cards. Put the peace sign in the chat. Put the peace sign and balloons. And balloons. Thank you so much. And balloons. I want to know where we think you guys are wonderful. I want to know. V is good. V for victory. Absolutely. Put the V's in there too. If you can't find the little peace sign, put a V for victory. Celebrate it, right? I'm trying to think how to ask. Show us next. Show us what's next. Hi, Charlene. Show us what's next. Show us what's next. My darlings, these are not good cards. And I'm not going to name anybody by names, okay? But these are not good cards. This is all about there is a third party interference that is really, really going to come to fruition, into light this coming week. Could even start tomorrow. That's the beginning. That's the first day of the week. It's a third party interference and it's a third party interference. And what else do I want to say? Butting in. That's a good one. Pretty much butting in. And thank you so much for that. And it's a gentleman. He's making a stand. Do you see this 4 of diamonds? I'm going to tell you, I say it every time that all of you see, watch me. The 4s are they're that card that pretty much tell you think things are going good, but they could get a lot worse. How's that? This is not for Karen. This is somebody else involved in that Karen Reed circle. Karen Reed et al. Because you know what? It's so we're taking Karen out. Karen's not involved with this one. This has to do with a particular fellow. Okay. This has to do with a particular fellow and trying to pull someone else into it. Being a stinker. It's going to happen this week. The 4s, as I said, are not good cards. And this 4 by this guy here. Now, this can be a Virgo, but it also can be, I'm going to leave it at that. And they're going to pull in someone else that seems like they don't know better. But here, let's talk about this 4. This 4 is the diamond is equal to swords. But it's not equal to the sword in the tarot, because that's all about the peace card, the 4 of in the 4 swords in the tarot. This is all about communication and how somebody got their little feelings hurt, and how somebody wants to stay grounded, wants to be middle of the road, but now they're going to pull someone else in. This card right here, this may affect her, but it's going to affect this guy right here if he's going to be a stinker. If he's going to come out this week and be a stinker, it's going to affect him more. It's not going to look good on him. Now, the 9 of spades. This is a general warning card that you better be mindful. You better curb your imagination. You better keep your thoughts to yourself because they're going to be on a runaway train this week. Because if this person doesn't, listen, it is about to get worse. If he thinks things are bad now, it is about to get worse. It is ready to stockpile. Because this two of spades right here pretty much says, there's a parting. It's the end of a friendship, of a relationship. It's the end of all of that. But don't take this for any of you because it's not. This has a lot to do with, this is for the Karen Reed et al. Now, Karen will not be affected by this if she doesn't want to be. She could get involved if she wants to, but I think that it is just too much for her. It's why add on another layer, right? This Four of Hearts is all, another four, my darling. This Four of Hearts is all about somebody being butthurt. I'm just going to say it. This is all about hurt from the past and how, because the past has not been dealt with, it has been brought to the present. And boy, oh boy, it's going to be that person's future. This is all about this one man. That's what is showing up right now. It ain't gonna be good. It ain't gonna be cool. I'm just gonna tell you, if that person called me today, because I think I know who it is, and it doesn't matter. I would pull them to the side and say, look for that to happen this week. Talk about a distraction this week. And it looks like someone is going to be removing themselves from this guy. So someone is going to remove themselves from this man. You'll know it. When the time comes, you're going to go, you'll know it. You'll know it. That it's not a good, it ain't a good look. It ain't a good, it ain't a good look. John, I'm just going to tell you, and I've believed it and read on it right from the beginning, John knew too much. John also knew about the Sandra Birchmore case. John knew more than what he would even want to know or want anyone else to know. I want to know something else. Tell us what Karen Reed has coming. Tell us what Karen Reed has coming. I just saw a flash of something. You know what it says on John's tombstone? I might be paraphrasing, but it says something to the effect of, life is like a movie. Everybody has a part. It might be a bit part, but everybody has a part. I've always said that the fact that Sandra Birchmore got her ticket to paradise during a blizzard and John O'Keefe getting his ticket to paradise during a blizzard is not a coincidence. Because whomever thought of it to do during a blizzard to think that they wouldn't be getting caught with Sandra Birchmore looked at that as saying, oh, wow. Oh, hold on. There's a spider. Who sat down beside her, coming down from the ceiling fan. Thank God I saw it. Okay. Anyway, I'm no little Miss Muffet. It is not a coincidence because they initially thought that Farwell got away with it. And believe me, it's very hard to it's very hard to investigate things when there's wind and snow and ice, and those things are planned for that particular reason. Think about it. I know it's a thing in Massachusetts, but if I knew that there was a blizzard and snow, listen, I would put my little Seeing Crime cardigan, and you can get those. I love this cardigan. You can see that in the merch shop. I would get my little Seeing Crime cardigan. I would put on my If You Know, You Know t-shirt. That's also in the shop. I would knuckle in, have some snacks, and watch some movies. You wouldn't catch my crack out roaming around in a blizzard. But things are different. But think about it. Think about it. One of the excuses was we couldn't tape off the crime scene because the wind was blowing the tape away from the crime scene. That's bull. I've seen crime scenes. If you want to tape it, it gets taped. I've seen crime scenes in a lot worse weather than that be not only taped off, but tented off. Ask Adam. Yeah, Farwell's trial is scheduled for October. I believe we're going to get another delay. Watch and see. We're going to get another delay. They're waiting on that for something else to happen. All right. I want to know what is coming for Karen Reed. What is coming? Right standing stones, you know. No No tape nanos. He's another one. All right, let me focus here a second. What is coming? What do we need to know? What is coming for Karen Reed? The Farwell trial, I believe, from what I have seen in the cards, will be delayed past October again. I believe that they're waiting on something else to happen that they thought was going to happen by now, and it hasn't. Karen Reed, what do we need to know? Oh, don't worry, listen. When Farwell, my darling, gets to the great white throne of judgment, Sandra and her sweet baby will be standing right there with the Almighty as her attorney. And you can't lie when you're on that trial. You can't be messing around and lie in front of that grand jury, because it ain't happening. Those are all timing cards. Those are all timing cards, and those are the people that I don't know who's left that hasn't been deposed yet, but there's something that they're waiting on. This one is the judge. That one is the judge. The king of clubs is the judge. Give me a second. I have to check something. My camera was getting hot. Barbara, my darling, thank you so much. Barbara, my darling, thank you so much for being generous and sending me a little Venmo. Thank you. All right. Please do me a favor. And you know what? I might try to make a trip. I might try to remote. Oh, good for you, 7 Pammy. Okay, we're still waiting on. Okay, Judge. I know Aunt BB comes up with the tea. That is the judge. We're waiting on the judge. He definitely. This is a card. The 6 of Spades is a card of delay. And it's the card of either writing or a letter. So that makes sense. But I want to say that it may be a half and half decision, or something is going to be changed about the decision. I don't know what it is yet. This is all about, because these are all the people that are in, and nothing really, it's just basically she's surrounded by these people that want to crush her. Bottom line, it's the way it is. Got to tell it the way it is. So she's surrounded by them. These are timing cards. These two aces. This is a summer card, and this is a fall card. Between now and September 21st, there's going to be two significant either events or something that there's going to be two significant events. There's going to be one is going to be very significant that will affect Karen, and at first it will feel negative, but her attorneys will be able to turn it into her favor. Don't ask me how. I'm not a lawyer. Thank God. I would probably be in the jug. Seriously, I would be. Right? Hello. It's so frustrating. And sometimes you can have the worst lawyer and the best judge, and you're going to do well. But then you can have the worst judge and the best lawyer, and you got to fight yourself, just like Karen. Okay, this is the summer card. Why do I want to say the judge is going to get a promotion? That's not possible. There's something about him expanding. Something is going to be expanding. Could it be an appeal? I don't know. Okay. See, Aunt BB's got me here. Because see, I don't get to watch a lot of the legal streams anymore, because guess what I'm doing constantly? There's speculation regarding the last response that they could go higher in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court for an appeal that could be the delay, and it could be the expansion that I'm seeing, because it does look like there's going to be this expanding promo type thing. I'm going to say something very political. And this is not a political channel, but I want to make a point, because that's the way it is. Massachusetts, just like Arizona, is a one-party state. And that is very, very hard. No shade against either party. I don't vote by party. I vote by the person. But that is very hard to navigate when you've got one party up here and it filters down through all the powers that be. That's the only way why I'm saying that. Okay? It has nothing to do with any party. Nothing. It has everything to do with birds of a feather flock together, so do rats and mice. Bias is bias either way. Amen to that, ABC. But it's a club. You may as well just say it's like a little club, because it doesn't matter about the law. It matters to them who they feel that they have to answer to. And in Massachusetts, the judges are appointed. I don't know about Arizona, but I do know in Massachusetts, and that is a hard nut to crack. You can't do too much when you've got an appointed judge on the bench, and it's because see, that's me. Massachusetts being only Boston and surrounding towns. Yeah. Okay, Aunt Phoebe says he can get a promotion if he leaves the bench. I don't believe that he's going to leave the bench anytime soon, but I do believe that this is what's happening with Karen, because this 10 of Hearts is a card that basically is very emotional, but her lawyers are going to be able to spin this in a different way. How that will happen, how that comes about, I don't know. Yeah, Frank, that's right. That's right. We're gonna. Maybe I can remote view. Who should I remote? I'm always doing Nancy. Where should I remote view? And I just want to make a little statement. For those of you who keep asking me to go visit Annie and Tommaso's house, I will not, and please don't ask me. That is a scenario that I'm not going to get into. Nancy, okay. If we have time, maybe I can take a look at, see, I won't go into anybody's houses where they're still living there. Somebody asked me to go to the sheriff's office. No. See where Lynette is? I know where Lynette is. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Nolan Wells, that's going to be tough because there's somebody's mother, as we know, who is a judge. And that is very sus. And the fact that this happened during a Mercury retrograde means that this is a lot going to come out. There's a lot. I'm not going to look at anybody just for the frivolous, because the energy wipes me out. I'm just going to tell you. The energy just wipes me out. So I need to choose who I'm going to remote view. That's the bottom line. Tommaso and Annie, I won't. And maybe some of you can understand why, but I just won't. I believe Deitch has a chance. Give me a second. Oops, unmute. There we go. Let me see. Maybe you shouldn't, ladies. I'm not going to go to where anybody lives. 34 Fairview, I believe that would be safe because I think those people are safe. But the people in Arizona, I don't like to come up with combating energies. It's one thing to have somebody in Massachusetts order voodoo dolls from Temu and try to send me something. I can zap that away. But when I went into Nancy's house and saw those shadows roaming around, I knew I was up against something that they don't play. And I just don't want to. I don't want to invite that. And I don't really want to go around and say too much because they're going to be Sue happy, about like Erica Kirk. So got to be careful. Vacant houses, okay. Annie and Tommaso are just gone for the moment. So thanks for understanding. Thanks for understanding that. I think I want to do that. I think I want to do that. Do me a favor, my darlings. I need to take just 5 minutes to walk amongst yourselves. We're going to come back. I'm going to thank each and every one of you for your gifts. And then we're going to remote view. And then we're going to get a remote view. Okay. So give me a second here. And I'll see you in a minute. Okay, who's having fun without me? Who's having fun without me? Oh my gosh. Give me a second. Have you guys ever seen the court clerk from a southern courthouse? Thank you, Sherry. You know, Patsy. Thank you. Here we go. I'll tell you what. I don't know about you, Brenda, but I'm getting hungry. I've just been here for 2 hours and I'm getting hungry. I keep eating these mints and these cough drops. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind. I think I'm gonna go ahead and order some chicken salad. You want some? You're new here. Yeah, hold on just a minute. I'll go ahead and order. Yeah, hi. Yeah, this is the gals at the courthouse. We want to make a just a minute. They got pot pie on special for today. You want some? No, they're saying no. They don't want to. Listen, you got any banana pudding? Well, give us a couple of orders of banana pudding. And then Myrtle's gonna have a chef salad, but she says with no meat. What kind of a salad is that? No meat, she says. A chef salad. So I guess it's a house salad. We'll call it a chef. She says she's wanting 2 dressings. One is a ranch. One is a ranch and another a hot honey mustard. Okay, darling, thank you so much. All right, it's coming. Just a second. Oh, hi, Myrtle. How are you? Yeah, you need to fill out this document here, honey. Yeah, but I'll fix it for you. But don't worry. You see, there's another. Wait a minute. Now let me check you. There's another date on that document. There's another date on that document. I'll go ahead and fix it for you. I can't do this again because you know they check now. But I'll go ahead. Thank you. What are you doing? How are you? You look cold. Are you okay? All right. Well, here. I need you to fill out that form and bring it back to me. Jason, you can't have that dog in here. Jason's brought that dog in here again. Honey, you can't have that. You can't bring that dog in here. I hope they get here pretty soon with that chicken salad. All right. There you had a little bit of it. I had to get rid of that energy. I had to get rid of that energy. You know how that is. This is Shaggy coming up here. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thank you for just coming in. No, I was one of the ladies at the courthouse from the South. You know, the ladies in the courthouse can tell you probably more about civil law, criminal law, and everything else in between. There's everybody likes the hot Cheeto gal. Yeah, hot Cheeto. Okay, let me do this. I've got to start thanking some people. Elizabeth, 440 jewels. Oh my goodness, I love it. Thank you so much. That's so generous. And listen, I was able to send a jewel for the first time last night. And you know, they are so cute, but I don't get to see how they pop up here. But I know, and Miss Jerry showed me. Miss Jerry showed me. Okay. Thanks, my darling. 5 months. 5 months. Danielle, I'm so sorry. Oh, look at that beautiful butterfly. A member for 3 months. Thank you for being here, my darling. I got to put my glasses back on. Patsy from the clerk's office needs to be eating her chicken salad and go to the back room. In honor of you, Lady Zelda, and the respectful community you have built for all of us to enjoy, learn, grateful. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you to say. That's the way I want it to be. Roxy, coming in high five with 100 jewels. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you. Laughing Disco, 250 jewels and another one. 250 Laughing Disco. I'll have to look and see what that looks like. A gold coin. Thank you, my darling angel. Elvis, a Sunday. Look at that cat. Another gold coin. Thank you. And a flower. So much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kansas Granny. I appreciate you. Cindy, Sunshine. Hi. Thank you so much for the jewels. Bonnie, no, more flowers, more jewels. A finger heart. Oh, you like this? Good happens. You see? There you go. There goes Shaggy Noodle. Goodbye. Susan, thank you so much for the little. I love it. She always has these beautiful little handbags. So cute. And thank you so much. New member. Thank you so much. Bodega Lady. I love it. And welcome. You're going to love it here. Yeah, sometimes we just get a little silly because, you know, the energy is very heavy. When you work in the crime community, you know, the algorithm, I will tell you this. I can't go on YouTube, the gram of instance, or the talkie ticks without seeing some 911 call or this or that. And you know what? It gets to you. So if you think sometimes I'm a little silly, I have to throw that energy off because we're getting ready to do a remote. All right. Aunt BB, thank you so much for your generosity, my darling. In my opinion, I thought OJO found out stuff with Sandra Birchmore, but it goes much deeper, in my opinion. I also think now that Drive By on Meadows may to gain a friendship and learn if OJO whispered info in her ear. Allegedly, sort of, kind of, maybe. I tend to agree. Just a minute, boys. Boys, you can't have that cat in here. All right, go. Riley and Shaggy. A floating heart, Nanette, thank you. Silver Star, thank you there for very, very much. King Salem's mom, thank you. Two Jewels, thank you so much. Two Jewels, Karen, thanks. 200 Jewels, Flow State, Amy, thank you. And look at this, Captain Jerry, 2 Jewels, thank you, my darling. A gold coin from Sherry. Just a minute. Shaggy, the answer is, you didn't ask a question, but the answer is no. Stop chewing on things. You got plenty of water, you got plenty of food. 2 Jewels and Sparkles, thank you. Another Flow State from this beautiful Stella. Oh my goodness, how beautiful. Member for 5 months, Babs, you are the one. Another 2 Jewels, King. Oh my goodness, I love it. A Silver Star. Gold coin from Stacy. Sparkles. You know, I think from my understanding that this is supposed to take place or take the place of super chats. And I think you get 50 for free. So I appreciate it when you want to spend part of your 50 here on this channel, because it sure does help. 1,000 Jewels. Cheers. Brenna, thank you so much, my darling. Thank you. Thank you. Here we go. Honey, you don't worry about it a bit. Lady Zelda, I don't think we have the option to do that over here on this channel. Could it be reset possibly to for? I think I missed the boat, Patty. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what we're talking. I better get off that accent train, huh? Okay. Did I get my spud? I'll tell you what I did. Night before last, I got 2 spuds delivered. And I ate one that night. It was so good. And then yesterday, I ate one. And it was so good. I like my potatoes with a little bit of butter and a lot of cottage cheese. I like sour cream, but there's just something about cottage cheese. A certain brand. I like Kroger brand. I do not like Daisy cottage cheese. I'm the cottage cheese connoisseur. Could you remote view the route? The businesses that were there on that route? Yes. I thought about that, yes. Because there's something funky that's happened along that route, and I want to see. I would love a shirt with what time does sort of kind of maybe on. I think there's one in the shop, my darling. I believe that there's something in the shop that has allegedly, supposedly, sort of kind of maybe. Take a look and see. The link is in the description. Let me see. I love egg salad. But sometimes they feel, I think sometimes they just feel like they get stuck. Tammy, my goodness, bless you, my darling. Thank you for your generosity. Barbara, I thank you before, but I'm going to thank you again. I just want to make sure. Let me see. I'm going to say we don't have the gift box option over here. I don't know what you have to do. I don't know if it's turned on or not. I don't know what you do for it. Thanks, Patty. I'll check into it, but I don't know. Yes, I did get my baker. Oh my goodness. Thank you, my darling. I like frogs. I like frogs too. They're so cute. Thank you, Lady Zelda Frog. Love you. I love you back. Thank you. Listen, I have the best chat on here. I'm not done reading cards yet. It was just kind of hurting my neck the way it was scrunchied up. I'm going to keep on. We'll look into it. We'll look into it, my darling. We'll look into it. I'll make sure. I think they're rolling them out for certain channels. And I read the other day, the Tubes of You sent me an email and says, you can now gift memberships. I don't see that ability. And it says you can do it in YouTube Studio, because what YouTube Studio, for those who don't know, has a back office. And it says that there's nothing there. So I don't know. I think they're doing it for some channels and not all. Shelly, hello, my darling. Look how cute you are. I love your live shows. So thank you. So I have there's Lisa, a member for 2 months. Bless you. So we have the Southern Courthouse clerk. I forget what her name was. The Southern Courthouse clerk. We have the Sotheby's auctioneer. And we have the gypsy and the hot Cheeto girl. I think that's enough for right now. There's more. Deep down, there's more. 2 Jewels. Thank you so much, my darling. Linda says, I'm a Kroger cottage cheese person myself, right? There's just something about, and listen, if I'm going to eat something, it better be full fat. Because it's called moderation. Moderation. Let's go to Circle K. I'm going to go elsewhere. So if you know where Lynette is, will she be found and will there be justice for her? Yes. Look for an indictment to come before. Let me get my little trusty map out here again. Not map, calendar. Before the 21st of August, look for an indictment for her husband. And what they are looking for right now is to see if anyone else, if he had help. Because as you know, they had a little altercation on the boat. And she was able to climb back up on the boat. She was a strong swimmer. And this stuff is luxury in a tube. Okay. Thank you, Tammy. You're adorable. Look how cute you are. I just wish that I could go on tour on the Zelda bus and stop and just have lunch with every one of you. Chicken salad and a chef salad with no meat. I don't eat a chef salad, but I like a Cobb salad with no bacon. Laughing Disco, thank you so much. Terry, absolutely, this community is wonderful. Thank you. Thumbs up. Thank you. I'll take it, Deb. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I know. And for some reason, I don't see. Because I think some creators are getting some and some are not, and we just have to wait and see. I see the gift box in my chat bar. Hi, Rita, my darling. Look how beautiful you are. That's the interaction that I had in Sevier County Courthouse during the 7 years I lived there. That's where I lived. I don't live there no more. But Sevier County Courthouse, they do that type of thing. They just sit around. Well, they do a lot. They do a lot. That need to be fair. Hi, Diet Coke addict. I do too. But listen, I want to tell you something. I love Diet Coke. I love Diet Dr. Pepper. But all of a sudden, it seems like that makes me athletic. And I have to get up 2 or 3 times during the middle of the night to use the water closet. So evidently, I have the bladder the size of a walnut now, or there's something in that diet stuff that makes me go. And I would prefer not to get up that many times, but it is what it is. Makeup brush, I'll take it. Thank you. Oh, look at those pretty violets. I love violets. Courthouse Becky. That's what it was. Courthouse Becky. I like the small curd. Me too. Me too. Watching from Florida. I love your shows. Thank you, Nana. Bless you. Oh, you look like you've got a great background there on the beach. I'm not a beach person, but I like to sit right at the beach. Like, take me to a restaurant that's, got a few umbrellas and that sort of thing, so I can sit out and watch everyone having the time of their life. And that gives me the time of my life, because I'm not a water person. I don't do that. Aunt BB2, bless you. Your generosity is beyond. Thank you so much for the memberships, and welcome to each and every one of you who have received a membership tonight from all the givers, because there certainly are some. So thank you so much. Me too. Quality, not quantity, right? I had to come over from True to give you gems. Oh, Nanette, thank you so much. I'll look and see what's going on. I'll look and see what's going on with that. The flower, life is too short, whole milk only. I don't even drink milk anymore because they put fructose corn syrup, and even if they say they don't, they do. So the kids will drink it. It's too sweet for me. And then you put it on some type of cereal. Now I'll get canned milk, and the milk that I will drink, if I have to drink milk, is powdered milk, and I always keep that on hand, because you never know when there might be an emergency and you run out of milk, right? That's the way it is. Moderation is not my strong suit. Well, me either, my darling Frank. Me either, but I'm doing my best. I hope she will be found. I'm going to say it this way. There will be an indication that she will be found. Okay? Welcome, new members. Thanks, Terry, my darling. Thank you. Thank you. You're also welcome for the memberships and for everything. Click on the settings next to the X, switch to all messages, and you should see the gift box next to the send icon at the bottom of the screen. Hope that helps. I don't think it does I think there's something you have to turn on to be able to accept it, or you have to be able to accept them. I don't know. Listen, I'm so grateful that the tubes of you allows me to bring you this, and sometimes so much silliness that it's out of bounds. But you know what? Hey, you got to have a little bit of entertainment. And if I'm here for that, then thank God you are too. Can a remote viewing be done from AG and TC the last night NG was there? I can maybe look around their house and look around. I want to look on the route. I want to look on the route first. I'm going to follow the route. But that's a good, yeah. Because, my darlings, I'm just going to tell you something. I'm just not so convinced. This Uber driver thing, I've got a question. Uvu, my darling, are you still here? Are you still here, Uvu, my darling? Please let me know in the chat if you are. Pima County found today the second woman. That was a 38-year-old man who was identified running from the scene, from what I understand. He was Hispanic. He's on the loose. He's on the run. And they've got a BOLO alert out for him. She was 64. It infuriates me to no end when I think of how Nancy has been so totally disrespected as a human being. She needs nothing. She needed nothing to deserve. She did nothing, I think, to deserve how she was treated. I agree. I agree. Thumbs up. Thank you so much. Just a minute. I want to ask if my darling Uvu is because there's something there that I want to talk about. That's horrible. Yeah, her house would be cool remote viewing. Yeah. Bren Owens. Sorry, I was confused. Oh, okay. It's okay. That's right. Terry, I was of your community. You right? Do we know if Nancy knew something that put her in danger? I don't think she knew something. I think she took steps. Pardon me. I have to close a blind over here. I'll be right back. Okay. I know. I got to tell you this. Little Scooby is, she's the one in the bunch that just doesn't seem like she gets enough love, although she does. She sits by, she's the only girl that I have left, and all the rest of them are boys. And she just nudges in with Riley because Riley is like this big, and comparatively, Scooby-Doo is like this big. And it's just pitiful. I was trying to paint her fingernails today, but that didn't work. Oh, you know I was talking about you. Come on up. Come on up. She's got a skin problem. Oh, there's Honest. Hello. Look who that is. Guess who this is? This is my son, the path of all honesty. Ian is here. Thank you so much. Now we are all talking, and I'm here for it. I went to pure tears listening to the song, the interview. Yes, me too. Me too. I know, sister. Just sit down. Cottage cheese, except for Daisy rules on the baked potato. Yeah, Daisy, something. I don't know what happened to you, Daisy, but I'm not into your cottage cheese. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. Because I want, oh, she's not in here. Okay. I wanted to ask Uvu an Uvu question. And Uvu is the one to ask because she would know. Oh, I don't know why that happened because you didn't see my hands. Hello. There's Lordy, and there we go. So, I'm going to tell you where I stand with this, and we're going to get into it really, really hot and heavy on, hello, my angel, on Monday night. But I am not convinced about the timeline with the with the Uber driver. There you go. I'm just not convinced of it. And I don't have I've tried. I've tried to look into things because sometimes I can look into things because I do have that capability and sources. I am not sources. Hello, I'm telling you. Yeah, I love these kitties, but sometimes when they just jump on me and won't leave me alone. This one, I don't know if you can hear her purring or not, but she's just got her motor going. Bless her little heart. She's always just feels like she's left out. You can just calm now. The one who caused, yes. So as far as Lynette, she will receive justice, and they're going to come down hard on him. But I do believe the backstory may be that they are looking for another person. Hi, what'd I miss? Some good stuff. It's always good stuff. Can't wait to watch when it's over. Bummer. I couldn't join earlier, but the grandbabies. You are not a grandmother. Look at her. Listen, we are being gaslit by you. No, really, you are so adorable. There's no way. You're so cute. Thank you for saying that too. The Uber driver posted in their local neighborhood app, according to Daphne's files, says she is in the area for hire. Yeah, listen, I see that's going to happen. I mean, that the Uber happened. But there's something else with the Uber. We're going to talk about it Monday. We're going to talk about it. Because, listen, when I start putting 2 and 2 together, you guys are going to go, what? Seriously. Ian always laughs because I got to tell you, he says that I am so dramatic. Well, I have to be. You're welcome, my darling. You're welcome. Oh, something's happened here. She did something back here and it scratched. Okay. So there's, as far as, okay, Angel. Fargo, North Dakota. Oh my God, I love that movie. I love your work. Thank you. Thank you, my darling. Okay. Let me see. Thank you. Thank you. Courthouse Becky. They better hurry up with that chicken salad getting here. Or I'm just going to be eating a lot of mints, right? That's Courthouse Becky. Okay, I'm going to tell you this. Hello there, girl. I forgot it was Saturday night again. Hello, Mama. Hello, darling. I don't know what, listen, I don't know what happens, but I don't have my hands up or anything, and then stuff starts happening on the whatever. Hello. All right. Something else disturbing alert. She said, absolutely. That alert that said 12:15, that was a safe alert. It wasn't really a 911 call. It was a safe, sister. It was a safe alert. And that was the oddest safe alert I've ever heard. That's why I put it in that video. That is odd. You can ask Ian. He's in here. Ian just looks at me and, he's like, have you ever seen those funny things that are, two boys were out fishing in an Ohio lake, and you see this cat sitting there beside a phone and he's eating a pizza, Hey, buddy, will you do me a favor? Will you do me Courthouse Becky a favor? Will you get me one of her white towels? I want to put it over her because I'm sick of holding her and she's got medicine on. German potato salad. Oh no, not the German potato salad. I love German potato salad. Hi, Kimberly. It's okay. Oh, I was going to ask you, driving from Florida to Texas and just stopped at a hotel. Well, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's definitely odd. There's some things about the Uber. I love German salad. Thank you so much, buddy. Oh, that's my good one. Get one of the old ones. I was like, she don't deserve a good towel. Get her one of the old ones. It's nice that Ian lives. My son says he needs a space, although I have a 4-bedroom house and it's just me. He doesn't want to live with me. Listen, I get it. We lived apart, and then I moved down here, and I just kind of invaded his space. So I get it. But, we're kind of, as small as this place is, we're just kind of two ships in the night. Thank you, son. Oh, heck. What's happening now? Look at what I've got. Because, another thing, she picks at this cardigan, and I don't want her ruining it. Hold on. Went out to Arizona State Troopers, Tucson PD, and Tucson Fire and EMS. Oh, really? Good night. Oh, good night, my darling. Got to put the puppy to bed and take your meds. Well, honey, you have a good night. Sleep in peace and with the angels. Will you do that? Thank you. Appreciate you being here, honey. Everyone needs their own room for privacy. Yeah. Because, see, my studio is in our living area. We have a big well, it's not that big, but it's big enough. And so if you come in the front door, it's like, hello, I feel like the reception. Yeah, I feel like Becky at the courthouse. And, but, I can't have it in my bedroom because the bedroom's too small. And I'm too nosy. I want to see what's going on and who's got a delivery and what's happening and everything else. So I don't want to be closed up in my bedroom. All right. So now you get all this fur off of me. But there's something that's been concocted. Something concocted. There you go, my darling. Between the Uber driver and the rest of the events that happened that night. And I'm trying to find out where Nanos was that night. If he was at the country club, saucing it up, if you know what I mean, or what was going on with. And I'm trying to find out where everybody else was. Because something, the Uber driver, if the Uber driver made it to Annie and Tommaso's, and when I say that, if she wasn't diverted or if they decided to pick her up somewhere else. Now, obviously, I think that she did make it there because the feds showed up there, right? So they wouldn't have shown up that maybe. But, okay, the reason I wanted Uvu to come in here because she does have experience with Ubers. And I wanted to ask her because, as far as I know, when you are an Uber driver, you cannot get out of the car and assist someone to get into your car. You have to sit behind the driver's seat without exiting the vehicle and allow the person to come in to the Uber. Listen to Petey crying because Ian went back in his room. And that report that was dated right on the 31st at 7 p.m. So let's think about this for a second. They did look at the Uber driver. They looked at the vehicle, and the girl that normally does go there to Nancy had they had video. So they saw the video. But I want to know what time she was left off. And here's the rub. Okay, so she's going to sit there and so the Uber driver had to sit there until Nancy, and this is what I also want to say. Some people are saying, oh, Nancy went out the front door. I don't believe so. Because even if Nancy had a cane, I'm sure she did not have a walker, because that in itself would have been an issue to get into an Uber, because the Uber driver could not get out to even put a walker in the trunk. They're not allowed to do any of that, not allowed to assist anything. So this is a little tidbit here for Monday night. So, okay, so she's waited there. Was it more than 2 minutes? Think about it. How long did it take Nancy to get from point A into point Z into the Uber? How long? Was it more than 2 minutes? I'm sure it was. So let's think about this now. She most likely, in my professional opinion, and I could be wrong, did not go through the front door, because there is an 8-inch, and yes, you can do the mathematics by looking at the picture and taking measurements by looking at a standard brick size, looking at, that sort of the dimensions and so forth. So you can tell. So it's approximately 8 inches from her front entryway to get down on the sidewalk. So most likely it would have been through the garage. And that little garage, that garage is on just a small incline. Well, look, here's the thing. All I know is Uber says they're not supposed to assist. Whether you ask for a particular option or you ask for not a particular option, however the case may be, it's my understanding that she was not assisted into the Uber. So let's think about it. My cat has psoriasis, and she's got medicine on, and that's why I've got a towel holding her so we don't get medicine on my cardigan, and it keeps her from licking. She will calm down in a minute. A lot of it is nerves, and she's always high strung. So let's think about this now for a second. regardless now if somebody assisted her or not, supposedly, allegedly, sort of, kind of, maybe, Tommaso, if he brought her home, assisted her. She must have been Achilles in order to fly through in 2 minutes to get from his car over into the garage. Okay, so I don't want to get into a debate whether they do assist or they don't assist. There's an option, it's my understanding, but it's also my understanding that she did not have anybody to help her. Now, I don't know if that's true. So, but let's just say whatever, because that's not the point. Okay, let's not take that as the point. The point of this whole entire thing is, how long did it get her? How long, even if she had assistance? Even if she had assistance, it's going to take her more than 2 minutes. Think about it. It's going to take her, and I want to know this. When she got to her destination, whether it would have been to Annie's first, whether it would have been to the VFW fish fry, whatever the case may have been, what time did they arrive, and who assisted Nancy out of the car? Because, look, if you're pulling up from wherever, right? And say, for instance, they were bringing my mom, which, first of all, I would have never taken an Uber to begin with, but okay. I would have been the first one out to that Uber, and whomever that would have been caught on that film from the Uber driver. There's more to this Uber than what meets the eye. And it's not about who assisted, if Uber assisted her or not. It's about the time frames. Think about it. Because let's just say Nancy got out there to the front and she closed the garage door and she was waiting on the Uber. That's fine. So now it is all about this. It's all about this whole thing of the timing. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a little hint. I'm going to give you a little hint about what I think. I believe, and we're going to talk about this Monday night, I believe that while Nancy was off to destination unknown in her Uber, someone else was in the house. That's my question. Because there is footage that the FBI said, digital footage, that the FBI said that is missing from the cameras on the inside. Now, I've always said that there were more. Somebody has more, and I do believe that. But whomever it is, whatever it is, ain't gonna turn it over. From what I've seen, it's been destroyed. So there's somebody that showed up at Nancy's while she was away. Look, there's another point I'm going to make. Look at those two porch guy pictures. I believe one and the same because the thighs measure the same. Oh, my darling, I am so sorry about the ads, but I'm just going to say this. This is my job, and the ads pay. That's it. That's how I make my money. And I appreciate it. Thank you. So if you look, and the thigh measurements are the same, someone is hiding footage. But there's also something else that is very funky Cole Medina. And that funkiness right there and that's why I want to know where the sheriff was that night. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just asking questions. But the funky thing is, that first porch guy movie, that first porch guy photo, is all, it was on her camera. Approximately then, less than 2 weeks later, Nancy is gone. 20 days later, maybe. Something like that. Nancy's gone. Now, they were hoping that the film got overrun, I'm going to say. So that way you can't so that way they couldn't see. It would just run it over. It's definitely been deleted. But there's something else I want you to think of, my darlings. The family knew. There's two questions here. The family knew that she had cameras because even Nancy said in her Facebook post, and some of her Facebook posts were taken down. I don't know if you know that, but they certainly were. But some of the Facebook photos were taken down, but the family knew that she had cameras. Now I'm going to tell you this. If I were living anywhere close and I would be going over to my mother's every other day, I'd be looking at that photo. I'd be looking at that camera. And nobody did. Nobody did. Why? That was from January 11th until January 31st, 20 days. You're going to tell me that you don't look at you don't pay attention to your mom, and you don't look at the pictures on the camera, and you don't know that some dude standing outside your entryway with something that looks like he's got strapped on him that he could really do some damage? Hello? That's number one. And no first alert necklace. Thank you very much. Number one, who were the first ones who said, oh, our mom leaves the doors unlocked at night? Bull. Bull. Why on earth would an 84-year-old woman who could not hear didn't have a life alert, couldn't jump up. I'm certain that she had to take steps to even make sure that she could go to the bathroom in a very tidy way, if you know what I mean. So she wasn't getting around very well and living on her own. As we know, even though it was 4 miles and 4 1/10 of a mile away from Annie and Tommaso, a lot can happen in 11 minutes that it takes to get from point A to point Z. So who were the first ones that said, oh, mom doesn't keep her, she keeps her doors unlocked. Bull. Then whoever you are, whatever child needs your head examined, why you would leave your mother, who is disabled, living alone with cameras that you never check, and always saying, oh, the cameras are just for wild. She wanted to see what wildlife. Bull. That was a suggestion by someone else to put that camera in there. And they flew with Nancy's, oh yeah, you know what, Mom? If you put cameras in here, you could see wildlife in the backyard. You know what? That's true. Why don't I do that? Why don't I just get a camera? And then I can see. Listen, this woman wasn't able to do anything. Look at the picture of a couple of days while she was playing Mahjong with her buddies. Does that look like a woman who could, and you can access remotely, absolutely, and you can open that garage internationally. That is a smart garage door opener, by the way, and whomever could have opened that garage door from remotely, all it takes is having someone else to have a remote. You don't even need a key. And why would you bust out the floodlight on the back porch? To maybe make it look like somebody was breaking in. Because, gee, if you had a remote. So that's what I'm saying. Remotely. Think about it. Her friends aren't talking. Nothing. Monday night, I'm going to show you all what I did when I first learned of this case, and one of you emailed me and said, will you please look into this? We need you. And I'm like, oh no. I don't want to. Oh no. But I did. And here I am. So anyway, I want to remote view the route from, and it's on Oracle Drive, from Nancy's to Annie and Tommaso. Because, there you go. All right. You need to sit here, sister. Let me turn a light out. Time to go to bed. Thank you, Janice. Thank you. I believe Nancy had a plan. I don't think she was threatened. I just think she had a plan. I don't think there was a big argument, but I do believe that there was an assumption that she was going to do something, and when she said no, I think this was a plan to perhaps scare her and make her feel. Listen, the next time Dr. Barato is on the interview room or something, I'm going to ask him, because I can't really find this, but I want to hear it from a professional. As an example, sometimes there have been firefighters that start fires, so then they show up, they know where it is, and they become the hero. There's a certain medical condition, and I'm not sure what it is, but I want to ask him, because he's excellent in this environment. And I'm wondering if someone wanted to stage something for Nancy so that someone could step in and be a hero, and then Nancy would feel like she was obligated to do something for someone. Thank you, Raven. Thank you, Raven. So now, yeah, Xanadu, there's a lot of that. It's very unfortunate. There's a lot of it. So let's do a little bit of remote. Munchausen on fire syndrome? Yeah. Yes, we did, Becky. We talked about it earlier. I'll ask him soon. But it is some type of heroes. It is some type of hero syndrome. So, okay. Debbie, you know what? If you could just watch one ad, it helps me so much. So I'm going to tell you how it works. Thank you. I'm going to tell you how the tubes of you work. And then you'll all know and understand. When I upload a video, including this one, and like the one that I did at midnight, if you want to have it monetized or you want to make money on it, then there's a certain little form you have to fill out. And the form is, are you bullying? Is this a sensitive subject? Is this this? Is this that? Is it upsetting? Do you have foul language? Do you have this? Do you have that? And you have to answer all those things. And the reason being is because when you do, because it doesn't automatically upload, you have to wait. And then it does checks on goes through a checking point in the YouTube studio. And then it comes back and says, okay. And at that point, that's when they fit the advertisers to the video. And that's how it works. And so that's why sometimes if you can just watch one ad instead of skipping, that's a tremendous help. And especially if you can't give, because the Tubes of You takes 30% out of donations when you donate on here. And that's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm very blessed. But to me, it is a privilege to be here, because there's not another platform that I could get worldwide views other than Twitch, and I ain't going there, that I could get worldwide views and still do what I'm doing. Because look at all the shows that we have now. We've got Help I'm Haunted. We've got this one. And this is why I'm here. Thank you so much, Lisa, because it does. Thank you so much, Wendy. And this is why I'm asking you to be there Monday night. And I'm definitely going to be. It's not going to be craziness and courthouse Becky. Well, it might be a courthouse Becky or two. But on that channel, I want to go through some forensic things. And I'm going to show you how I forensically dig deep into people, and it's going to take us. I'm going to show you what I do, and I'm going to give you what I do. And that channel is not monetized yet. I'm almost there. So Monday nights live, because so when you go over there, I don't even think you can give me jewels because it's not monetized. So I will have my Venmo and Cash App and all this other up, but that's it. There's no ads, there's no anything running. So on that live, if I can just have 500 of you watch for 2 hours, I'll be eligible for monetization next week. And I will tell you how blessed I am. I started that channel July 5th. And I have met every criteria with all of you helping. That is subscribers. That is all of that. And thank you, Kimberly. Many do that. Yes, it's called the still case. And some of you came in and said, why did you call it the still case? Because I believe that, like with Nancy, it's not cold, but it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. It's just still. It's just still. Well, that's a good question, Cat Granny. When you have premium, I do get a little bit of something, but it's not anything near. And that's okay, because that's a benefit to you, because then you can have the watch hours. You have the watch hours. So YouTube still does put ads on unmonetized, but I don't make any money on it. So I'm not monetized on there. So if you see ads, it's not me, because I'm not monetized. You'll know it. I'll let you know. But I have set all the criteria up. I have all the criteria for monetization. And listen, I'm going to tell you, this is my job. This is what I do. And I mean, I work on the psychic line, and I write books, and I do all this other stuff, and there you go. And that's very helpful too. But this is what I do on a daily basis. So why do I have so many channels? Well, I'll tell you why. First of all, True Oracle is who I work with, and it's not my channel. I'm a manager over there, but I put content over there because it helps. It's branding. It's branding. That's what that's all about. This channel is remote viewing and cards, and it's helped me. I'm haunted and all of those. On the still case is going to be different. That one is, now you might see me reading and you might see me cards and all that, but we're going in a different direction on that one. And I'm going to show you what a forensic intuitive does, as far as I'm concerned, what I've always done. And it's a part of my whole umbrella of seeing crime. And then there's Lord Gregor, who has, he has that channel, and I do a lot of that over there. So anyway, different channels, different content. Thank you. Captain J, listen to her because she knows the best. So give me a second, my darling. Give me a second. Yeah, I mean, that's my preference to have multiple channels because it's different. Tammy, did I thank you, my darling? Bless you. And oh my goodness, hold on. Thank you, thank you. I did. Thank you. Okay. I just want to make sure I get everybody thanked. All right. So there we go. Now, that's why. That's why. We just, on that particular channel, I can focus on reenactments, focus on timelines. This is more predictive. This is more what we did tonight, the cards and so forth. So I hope that answers. If you have a YouTube membership, there's no commercials during live. I don't know about channel memberships, but if you have YouTube Premium, there's not commercials. I have Premium. I can't stand commercials. I do not have regular TV, if you want to know. I won't watch. I don't watch mainstream media. Everything that I want and need to know, I learn on the tubes of you and then whatever else I watch. YouTube Premium. Yep, that's what I have. So, and then I also believe in supporting other channels, and I am members of other channels too. So it is what it is. But, you know, when you're on here, the idea of being on here is to be monetized because, listen, if you really, for those of you who don't have channels, Captain Jerry knows. She helps me with some things. But believes me. But believes me. Okay, I don't watch that trash. They're told what to tell us. They're told what to tell us. So anyway. Okay. Also, for any reason, well, here's the bad thing, my darling. If they shut one down and you have under an umbrella, they'll shut them all down. And demonetizing isn't usually for no reason. The reason they demonetize now is if you're copying content or if you are just taking AI, and it's called AI slop. Because now they have Gemini reviewing channels to make sure that you're not taking other people's content, that you're not a factory. It used to be that before all of this, you could just be a content factory and just be spitting them out and all this other. So yeah. Now, no. So I don't know, but it's the luck of the draw. And I'm always checking. Checking. Do you get monetized if someone has ad-free subscription to YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You don't, that doesn't make any difference. In order to get, it's not a, I have Roku too, but it is not it's not an automatic. Once you are eligible for monetization, you have to go in front of, and they scrutinize your channel. Believe me, I was holding my breath on Lord Gregor. But it's because they want to see people involved. That's the whole thing. They want to see that there's people, because sometimes they, whatever. I do not get all the money from if you donate to me on here on this, which is fine. I don't, even memberships, super chats, any of that, the gifts, anything, I don't get 100% of it. I get 70%, which is fine. So, yeah. So, you know what? Listen, I'm in competition with myself. I would really like to get monetized. That means I will have 3 channels monetized. That's my idea. Then I'll and the thing of it is, you never know. If one goes down, I don't think it ever will, but YouTube wants shows now. They want storytelling. That's why I've got Help I'm Haunted. That's why we have the Lady Zelda Forbidden Files on True Oracle. There's, I do get 100% on anything that you make on Venmo, Cash App, or any of those. I get 100%. It comes directly to me. Yeah. So there we go. Yes, I do know that, creative. Okay. So now, I think I want to, oh, there you go, my darlings. Yeah. It depends. You get put in a particular category because not everybody makes the same on their ads. You get in a particular category and then you get paid accordingly. So one person may get XYZ off of one and one person may get, it just all depends. Lord Gregor is different. on that channel than what I am on this one, and then what I am on, or what we are on True Oracle. So we're all different. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, my darling. And you know what? Listen, I am not. I just want you to know that I'm not greedy or anything. You won't ever see me come. And I've done fundraisers on here for people. But you know what? Sometimes in those fundraisers, they're thankless. And 1, 2 fundraisers, especially, I didn't get thanked for. I didn't say anything. I just went on and did my own life. So there we go. Yes, that's Becky. That's the biggest. I love those pens. So I want to tell you, thank you. Let me see. So it just depends. I mean, food category gets paid the top of the category. Well, vlogs get, yes. Food is top. So is financial. If you've got a financial channel, food, financial. I'm not food and I'm not financial. So it is what it is. So thank you so much. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Patty. Thank you. Thank you. Because see, here's the thing. I want to make these channels so they're not like anybody else. And that's what they look for. Lord Gregor is different than this one. True Oracle is different than this one. And mine, especially, I want to make, oh, this is Scooby. She got warm. But I make everything that you see on these channels. I don't know if I have my pens up there yet or not, my darling, on the Amazon link. That's right, Deb. Her health issues and mobility, I would have had no question after. Yep. Thank you. Oh, my Lord. Well, listen. Here's a little hint. When the Veil Keep cookbook comes out, I'll be putting a few of those recipes on Lord Gregor's channel. So get ready. That's cooking from the hearth. And let me show you that food. Let me show you that book cover. I'll show you the book cover. Halloween, we will do some of that too. We're going to do some of that too. Let me show you that book cover so you can get excited about it, because I'm excited to bring it to you. And this is it. Right there. And it's an 11.5 by 8. So that way, when you open it, there's going to be pictures in it. There's going to be, I'm going to have stories with the recipes, all this. And I'm going to make some of the recipes as well. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to try to get it finished pretty soon to bring it out. So, but I wanted to make it that way. See, instead of it being like, see the size of, I could have made it this size. This is Lord Gregor's book. But, thank you, get off there. But I want you to be able to see it. So this is an 8.5 by 11 sheet. And it's going to be this big. It's going to be this big. So that way, when you've got room in there to watch and look and everything else. So I am going to put that on his channel. It's going to be kind of a, I'm just going to tell you right now, it's going to be kind of a Lord Gregor meets Aragon meets Hobbit meets Harry Potter, and then Veil Keep of 1632. And I have found Oh, good, my darling. I have found some recipes from the 1600s in the scriptorium, and that's kind of what prompted me to do this. And believe me, cookbooks back then, it wasn't yes, and there is going to be a place for notes in this cookbook. So if you have to adjust your oven, or if you have to adjust something, elevations mean a lot when you're cooking, or if there's something different, you know. So anyway, yes, my darling, that's so true. I'm not a cook, but my sister-in-law loves cookbook here. Yeah, I want to get this out before the holidays. So anyway, just one more thing. Some of the cookbooks that I have found in Vale Keep in the library is pretty much take some salt, add it to the flour, put in an egg, add water. So there's zero there's zero measurements. So it's all, and then I'm going to have the paranormal peach pie is going to go in there too. All right. Patrice, thank you so much, my darling, for being generous. There's the peace sign. I love it. Let me see if I've missed anybody over here. Oh, I did. Hello, beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. I think, is that another 440? I think so. Gold coin. I know I'm talking too much. I want a remote, but I've got to get calmed down on my energy. 2 jewels. Thank you, my darling. 10 jewels. Gold coins. Floating hearts. Thank you so much. And a silver star. I feel like I'm a Lucky Charms commercial. Okay, here we are. The casita and politics. I don't know about the politics. They don't like politics here on the Tubes of You. They don't like them. It's cooking. She's correct. It's the cooking is number one. And then if you have financial, there you go. All right. I don't think she had time. I looked into that, Mark, on the APS. I don't think so. I know what I'm giving. Oh, thank you, my darling. Thank you. Let's dance. Okay, let's dance. That will calm my energy. Let's dance, and then I'm going to do some remote viewing, okay? We're going to end tonight with remote view. Let's do a little dance first. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Get down tonight. I don't know what an ACS or ASC is. What is my ASC? Let's dance. This one's longer. Are you ready? Adjust your volume accordingly. Let's go. everybody. Now, listen, the other thing is, this is StreamYard. It's like running the cockpit of an airplane sometimes. You have to be on top of things, which I can tell the future, but I can't run StreamYard half the time. Okay. So this is what I want to do. I want to look at the path. Hold on, sister. We're going for a little ride, okay? I want to look at the pathway. So just bear with me, okay? Just bear with me. Sit here, sister. Her's a good girl. This is her towel. Her's a good girl. Okay. Here we go, my darlings. I'm going to look at the route from Nancy's to Tommaso. Okay? Thank you. Okay. There is a Chevron station. Sorry. There is a Chevron station, a Dairy Queen, and something else that's on the left, but there's something else across the street that has cameras. And in order to go there, now I know this, I'm not, in order to, you have to cross a double-laned highway. I'm looking at the Uber and the position of the sun, which kind of has a gold, it kind of has a gold glow, the sun. That Chevron station and the Dairy Queen and something across the street has a better potential of having footage than the Circle K. The reason everybody's up on the Circle K is because you have to turn, when you get to the Circle K, you turn right. And that's where you go back to Annie and Tommaso. It's approximately 11 minutes. It's 4 1/10 miles. But the Uber driver is going to be easier to see going for some reason. Why? The Circle K had footage. So did the Chevron. So did Dairy Queen. So did whatever it is across the street. I don't know if it's apartments, but there's a wall. I have a question. There's a Circle K and a Chevron station in the pathway, but I have a question. I wonder, did Nancy even go back that way? I know she got back to the house. I saw her there. But is there another route to take from Annie and Tommaso's instead of going from that same route over beside the Circle K? Well, the Uber already had the cameras. I'm talking about I want to see, did I I wonder if the Circle K is big. Did they meet her at the Circle K? Because the Circle K is relevant for something, but going back, this is an issue. Now I have to look. Give me a second. Give me a second, my darlings. I'm going to look here. See, the Circle K, where's the map? The Circle K, okay, I don't know the address of Annie and Tommaso's, and I don't care because I'm not looking for that, because I don't know. Wait, where? I don't want this map. What the heck? Okay, give me a second. Pulled up the wrong map. Oh, okay. The map doesn't know anything about Nancy Guthrie. The Circle K is relevant. Can somebody give me Nancy's address really quick? What is the name of her? The name of her street escapes me. Is it is Escalante? Is it, what is it? Something Escalante. 5820. That's what I'm going to check right now, is on the map to see if there's another, because it's like it disappears. I can see her going, the Circle K, but there it just disappears. She disappears. the whole thing. North Camino. It's North Camino. Thank you, my darling. Catalina foothills. Okay. Now, let me see this. There's Catalina foothills. Where is North Oracle? East River Road. Give me a second, my darlings, because now I have to look at this. There we go. I knew I'd get it in a second. All right. I'm going to share my screen with you all. Thank you. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to share my screen, and then you guys should see it. Let me see. There we go. Let me see how this looks. I want to make sure that you can see it. Okay. Now, that area in dark blue is from Nancy's house. And in that area, dark blue, you come out and then you turn, and there, and I'm going to turn the map. Wait, where are we? Hello. I'm going to turn the map off, and I'm going to turn that on. There is the Circle K. Get out of here. There's the Circle K. This right here is the road that you turn onto to go to Annie and Tommaso's. And I'm going to take a little, hold on, we're going to go for a little road trip here, my darlings. See, look at this right here is a Dairy Queen. There's a Dairy Queen, and there is Circle K. If I hope I'm not messed up here. I don't think so. But we're going to go here. See, we're cross. Be careful, Zelda. You can't drive. And then you go this way to Nancy's house. And look at all these businesses that are around here. There's the Circle K. You cannot tell me. Now, I can't see the chat right now because I'm concentrating on this. There's even a bus stop. Bus stop, Wendy. Okay, so let's look what else is here. El Rustico. I'm sure they've got some type of camera happening. They've got some camera action going, right? But let's look. I don't know what this wall or something that I've seen over here. There's a vacant lot, but we drive out. We're driving. Look at the size of these palm trees. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. I hope I'm not going the wrong way. I might be. It would not surprise me if I got turned around. We'll go down here a little bit more. But do you see all these businesses along here? This is North Oracle. Okay. Let me pull up this map. Where am I? Yeah, I got turned around. Okay, so look, there's the hacienda. We're going to turn around. Turn around. Look at me. Sorry, I know that this may not be everybody's gig, but now I've got to see if there is another route. Let me check on all of you while I'm here playing on the map. Yeah, I want to go back to Nancy's. Now, remember, I can't see. There's a mineral. Right now, I'm looking at all these businesses that are around here. There's a hotel or a motel. You cannot tell me that there's not cameras. Hold on here. Let me see where we are. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got hosed up here. Sorry, everybody. I got turned around. I saw the Circle K and I was happy day. Curves Cabaret. Hey, there you go. If I ever stop YouTubing, I can always go to the cafe there, make a dime or two. All right, so we're going to do this. Right here is the Circle K. This is what everybody is looking at. Right there. That's the Circle K. Now, hold on here a minute. Let me check the map. Where are you, little boy, here? Oh, I don't turn here. Sorry, I've got to merge. Okay, there we are. Now look, there's storage units. Who is checking? Who is a task force that would be checking all these cameras? Now, sometimes they overwrite. It depends on what it depends. Let's hop up here. It depends on oops, we're in the wrong lane, Zelda. All right. That drives me crazy when I do that. There we go. See, there's an O'Reilly's. O'Reilly's. There's a 76 station. And this goes back to Nancy's. We'll go up here. It's supposed to go back to Nancy's. Yeah, there it is. Do you see? And look how these roads turn around. You see this? This goes right back to Nancy's. So, but look at all the businesses that are around here. Now, Annie and Tommaso live, when you go through here and you go back up here to the Circle K, they live on the road behind the Circle K gas station. Right around in here. You have to turn a particular way to get back there. Look at how many routes. Give me a second. Oh, Zelda. It's okay if I drive you crazy because I drive me crazy too. Let me see. Close that. Thank you. Now look at this. There's a Walmart. Look how close that Walmart is, right? There's Circle K's all over the place. 1 Circle K, 2 Circle K, 3 Circle K. The Tucson Mall. There's absolutely, unequivocally different routes to take. But here's the thing. Look at all the businesses. Look, now I'm like, there's a back way. There's definitely a back way. Maybe the FBI would have checked. Been a minute since I've seen the 76 station too. It has been a minute. I can tell you right now, it was like she went poof. I didn't see her going back that traditional route. Going there, yes. Coming back, no. The Circle K is significant, and I'm wondering, did the Uber stop there? Did Annie and Tommaso meet her there? Seriously. On this route, because I put that route in that one video, and that one video where it's Nancy took an Uber, that is based on real footage and real map. That seriously is based real footage and real map. Honey, the only way that you can is if you go to my Amazon or through Venmo or Cash App, something like that. They do have Bitcoin capabilities at the Circle K, but do we really think that they are that dumb? Wasn't there a back road that they got the video coverage of that Kia Soul that was concerned several months ago? That, I believe, I think that definitely was around Nancy's. It was not, it was around Nancy's, but it wasn't around. And I know watching JLR that is like, somebody sent me an anonymous gift and I want to thank you. And that went to Cash App. I'll have to look later. I'm taking up a lot of going through maps. I think parts of Nancy might be all over. I am convinced that this is all about, I'm convinced that this was all a plan that went wrong. You're absolutely right, Janice, but let's think of this. What if they had a plan and they didn't want to bring Nancy home right away? What if they had a plan? Their cameras can only pick up short distance from cameras, so it may not have been good footage. But they may have been able to see the car. And they may have been able to see Annie and Tommaso's car. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I've tried to look into the records to see if somebody has rented a car, and I couldn't get very far. Sometimes enterprise leasing you can get into. And I'm not a hacker. I don't do that. There are a flock of cameras everywhere. So why? Oh my goodness, Mount Rushmore. Do I not love? Oh my goodness, I've got tales of Mount Rushmore. I was there 40 some years ago. 40 years ago. 40 years ago this past February, I was in Mount Rushmore. I wanted to say I wasn't very old, but that doesn't sound good either. So here's the thing. What if there was another plan? I'm serious. I did not see her. Now, other times I've seen her at the Circle K, and I wondered, oh my, are we stretching? I wondered, because Chris McDonough, who is a retired, I don't think he's retired, police officer, detective, they went into the Circle K, and when they asked for footage, they were like deer in the headlight look. There's my Detective 1111. Hi, my darling. Oh, Roxy, my darling. Hi, welcome. A rental car or several cars with changed plates. See, there's something to that. But not if some particular person knew the route they were going to take. And if some particular person knew to go back to Nancy's. Yeah, the Cold Case Foundation is part of theirs, and I really like them. They're such nice people. But I don't think he's really retired. Ask Karen. Ask Karen. And see, I don't think that they've made a big effort. I don't think they've made a huge effort to look for cameras. I think Nancy somehow got from the house to the Uber, obviously. Is there something going on in the chat? I think that there's something going on for the well, it's only cold because they want it to be cold. I've seen things like that before. I'm also going to tell you, I do believe that there is an arrest coming. What does it mean when I saw Nancy disappear? It means that she didn't go that way. It means that her energy may have thought about going that way, but it means that she didn't go that way. I do not believe that she went that way on the way home. I am convinced. I am totally convinced now. And I'm totally convinced that someone knew the route. And I'm totally convinced that, because see, it's a smart garage door opener. It's a smart garage. But here's the gig. you can delete the history. And you can delete the history if you delete the app, because it will delete what's in the cloud. And then you can always upload it again. And it will not be it will not show the previous history. So what if someone had that app? Hypothetically, let's just think about that a second. If you have that app on your phone and you use it to get into it after Nancy leaves, or you use it to open the garage door after Nancy leaves, and she gets what's to say that I'm trying to say this in a right way, okay? What's to say that someone couldn't go in there and get footage from the cameras while Nancy was gone? And then they close it and then they delete it. Because quite frankly, I do not believe that Nancy went home when they said she did. My opinion only, and I do not have fact, but my opinion only is this. I believe somebody opened and closed that door so there would be a record of it and people would think that she went home at that particular time. But I also have another thing for you to think about, because those stains that were on her entryway that were hers, we don't know how long they were there. However, it does show that there's a pattern going out of the door and turning to the right. What? I don't think she was on the way home. I think she passed. I don't know. What if they would have parked in the front and brought her in through the front door instead of taking her out? Think about that a second. Let's just think about hypothetically. What if someone had her? Because to me, it's obvious she didn't go through the garage. Instead of coming out of the front door, what if somebody took her in through the front door? Think about that. And maybe staging, yes, thank you. And maybe sort of, kind of, allegedly, supposedly, when she got in there, they realized that she was gone. Because I did see her in a bed, and I did see her in a chair. But you can't, I don't know the time. And nobody really does except the people that did it. Think about it. Debbie, I thought, had those thoughts about them making an arrest. I believe that the person that they will arrest knows a lot about this, but he will be arrested for other things. He will be arrested for other things. Maybe even possibly something financial. Be careful what we put in the chat, please. Let's think about this, because everything that was in that house has been put there to throw us off. What if they took her back through the front door? And think about that. I mean, here's the thing. Someone could have been standing right there by the garage door for somebody to open it quickly. They run in and they close it. What here's another question for you, my darlings. How did Annie and Tommaso get in the house that 1 of February at 11 a.m., supposedly, allegedly? How did they get in the house? Was it through the garage? Was it through the back door? Could it be that that's why they say that, oh, mom leaves her back door unlocked? Who would know that other than someone close to Nancy? Because as far as I know, and that I've asked my people, there's no signs of forced entry. If someone came in to abduct her, let's just get real. They're not going to easy does it and say, oh, can you see them in the front door? Does anybody have a key? Do you have your key? Here, let me get your key. No. They're going to break in, doom, boom, boom. Sorry, sis. They're going to break in and boom, get out of there. But then they said the back door was propped open. What? For how many hours? Since 2 a.m.? And how long were you roaming around the house? Were you looking for scorpions before you called 911 because your mother's missing? Or did you think that, Wile E. Coyote came in and took her away? There's more, and I've said from the beginning that there is more footage from the inside of the house, and somebody doesn't want anyone else to know it. And this is why this is seriously why I think that they're getting somewhere close. I saw that they took Nancy out through the back door. And I would think that that would be the easiest instead of going out the front door, because you've got to navigate a lot of things, especially if you're carrying someone. He shut it all down. So that's what I believe. And I also believe that initially they put a ransom note at the scene and then somebody took it. And it, may have started out, "We love you, mommy," or something. I don't know. I don't have that. The door could have been opened remotely from the app. And I submit to you that I wonder, from the moment that she left, if someone else didn't pull up, knowing that the plan was to do what they needed to do, to prepare. Because if my mother would have been wearing her watch constantly, and I think that that's what it was for. If you have a watch that's connected to your pacemaker, obviously you're going to want to wear that watch no matter what. But they put the watch on the floor, like away from the bed, and it was kind of laid out. And then the slippers were there. Nancy could not have struggled. When I remote viewed Nancy, when she looked, it was like a familiar, and then it was like that. Why didn't they take the mat? Even when the feds were there, there's even a mat in the garage coming out of the back, out of the one door. I don't believe, see, the FBI is not really asking for anything. They're taking calls. And if anybody does have any viable information, call 1-800-FBI. But there was chaos inside that house, and somebody came back in to get a spray bottle. So you turn right at the Circle K, that's correct. But there's also a Chevron station around that route too. There's all kinds of other things. I'm here to say that there's something fishy in Denmark, my darlings. And I'm also going to say this. I'm going to draw one more card, and then we're going to say goodnight, because we've been on here for almost 4 hours. And it just seems like nothing when I'm with you guys. All right. Supposedly they were cleared, allegedly, possibly, maybe. Colleen, you got it, girl. And while the sheriff can say that somebody has been cleared, it takes a little bit more steam, as in a federal prosecutor, or it takes a DOJ. But see, there's another thing, my darlings. It takes another thing. I want you to all to go back past the election of Nanos when he got in as sheriff this last time, and there was a difference of a 481 vote. He demanded a recount. Now, he did something dirty to one of his people that worked, that was also running for sheriff, and basically put her under house arrest. And then that was the last 3 weeks, or he would have lost to her. So listen, if someone has a capability of possibly sort of kind of doing that, what else are they capable of? And he wanted a recount. And I want you to know this. I know a person who worked not in that county, but during the elections when things were very, very sketchy. And it happens. And I think that he was involved. I'm not accusing. I'm wondering. I'm asking. Was he involved with someone higher up to be put in? Because you have to look at other cases. Was there another case that he was involved with that maybe was a favor to somebody? Birds of a feather flock together, so do pigs and swine. Rats and mice have made their choice, and oh, have I made mine. And my choice is, I believe that there's something. I don't know why anyone would clear anyone, because there have been no arrests made. And I question even supposedly, allegedly, these lie detector tests. First of all, they're not even admissible. Anybody can, if you study enough, anybody can pass a lie detector test forevermore. Well, I think that a 481 difference in a vote is like pennies on the dollar. Is like pennies on the dollar. Something happened there. Okay, and we're not going to get political. We are not going to get political. But I'm going to share something else that I found out. Because, see, he even, Nanos, even when a reporter reached out to him, told her, just give it a break. Stop asking, just give it a break. But I'm going to try to tell you something here. Now, there's another thing that I have found, and I'm looking into it. I have made a FOIA request, and I don't have it. And I made the FOIA request to the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and they basically said they could not give me the document that I wanted because 911 was never called by the family. Now, I don't know if that is true. If that is true, something is horribly wrong. The other thing that I will say, and this is no shade on anyone at all, many of the reporters have now been listed on a list that have colluded with the last campaign cycles and maybe even before. And you know what that means, and I have to be careful, and this is sort of kind of maybe, but her name is on a list. And if you look in WikiLeaks, NBC, and Nancy Guthrie, not Nancy, I apologize. Let me start over. NBC, I looked at Nancy's name, NBC and Savannah Guthrie were named as reporters that colluded in a DNC campaign during election cycles. Now, obviously, that would have been in New York for Savannah, but that's not a good look. That's not a good look. There are a lot of other news outlets from NPR. We know NPR, Politico, New York Times, PBS, ABC, NBC, Auburn, Bloomberg, CBS, but it specifically says Nancy Guthrie with NBC. So even in the FOIA request, my darlings, I asked for a 911 call, period. And it was my understanding that communication came back and it was said that give me a second. From the Pima County Sheriff's Department that there was no 911 call placed from the family. Now, so evidently it was Savannah, after she learned this from Annie and Tommaso, evidently it was Savannah that called Mark Kelly, and Mark Kelly supposedly, allegedly called 911. And that could be why we haven't received or haven't heard of the 911 call. But let's think about this for a second. Look at the evidence portal that I've showed you before. And that evidence portal says January 31st is when she was missing at 7 p.m. They could say that they are not releasing the 911 call because if you're not capable, if there was none, you're not capable of releasing it. But if they said there is a 911 call, they said by family. I didn't ask for family. I just wanted a 911 call. And then when I was snooping around, I found that safe alert, which to me was useless. They didn't say anything. They gave a general area of the skyline area. That's not where she went missing. Or was it? Or is a lot of this detail, I'm just allegedly, sort of, kind of, maybe, is a lot of this detail given to throw us off? Think about it. There's definitely a lot of E911 calls. Absolutely. They originally said they wouldn't release the 911 call because it was confidential in case of a court case. I've never heard of that in my life. Unless they're looking at somebody. I've never heard of that in my life. And quite frankly, I hear a lot of 911 calls all the time. People send me 911 calls because they want me to get involved in their case, and I won't do it. Dear God in heaven, do you think that I don't have enough to do? So is this a distraction? Is this a psyop to throw us off? It might be because they're concerned about incriminating, and are they going to release it after Derek goes to his next hearing, September 10th? This is such a convoluted mess. Is absolutely correct, Diane. Let's think. It was just a couple of days later that Andy Tommaso got particular text and a 9-second call. A lot can happen in a 9-second call. Here's an example. I haven't heard anything about the Bitcoin yet. Is it coming through or not? Let me know. Would you like to go to lunch on Monday? If you do, let me know. Just text me. Did Jesus eat a grilled cheese sandwich when he was here on earth? What do you want me to do now? I don't have any Bitcoin. A lot can happen on a 9-second call. I thought law enforcement came over to Nancy's on Sunday based on a 911 call from A&T. That's what we are led to believe. That's what we are led to believe. I don't know. The scanner was the safe alert. Because believe me, I and some other people have looked for that 911 call. I've not been able to find it. Bingo. And here's an idea, and I'm not accusing anything. I'm not saying anything. But I do know that sometimes people will avoid, because look, the deed is done, Nancy's gone. What now? What if a family member was there? What if it happened? What if it wasn't really their fault and she just keeled over from either excitement or upset or whatever the case? And I know Corey, they did that with Corey. They did not give that to me in writing. One of my people actually called. So I backed off because the one thing I don't need is issues, right? You don't, because I'm not involved, even though it's a public information, it's a, the Fair whatever Information Act. I don't want issues. But we are supposed to be confused. You're right, Ellen. So what, hypothetically, what if one of your siblings came to you and said, look, I went over to mom's, I scared her, I didn't mean to, she fell over, I took her away, I did something, I know it's bad, please forgive me, but I did not do it on purpose, and it's not enough to warrant me going bye-bye. What are you going to do? It's easy to sit here and say, oh, well, sorry, it's cut and dried. Mama's gone and it's your fault. But what are you going to do? If you have a sibling that says, look, I got kids, I got a job, I got a house, I didn't mean to. You're the one with all the pull. I didn't mean to do any of this. What if? I'm not accusing. I'm asking. What if? So technically, allegedly, sort of, kind of, law enforcement was clocked to be there at 12:06 p.m. on February 1st, which was a Sunday. Nanos went in front of people at a presser and said twice that they showed up at around 11 a.m. 56-minute. But I want to know who called 911. I can't get into it. I don't think anybody else. Maybe somebody with more chutzpah than me. I think you can get, I don't know. But to come back and say 911 wasn't called by the family, by the Pima County, when they weren't even asked, that doesn't smell right. They weren't even, we just asked for the 911 call and then was told 911 wasn't called by any of the family. We didn't ask you. That's TMI, pal. Who are you? Nobody wants to know about the family. We just want to know about the 911. Who called 911? Duh. I don't know. So I don't know, my darlings. I don't know. Oh my goodness, my darling. Thank you so much. Oh, look how pretty your hair. Do you think Nancy is in the Colorado River? Gee, I don't know. It just really, it's, I don't know if she is or not. Amongst many others. And that is a river that you can't drag. That is something. So anyway, so there's some funny things. There was funny things going on there. And so anyway, so I've never heard, listen, I know some high power people, and I know some abductions, kidnapping for ransom. And it ain't like this. And especially that, oh, well, sorry, Savannah, you see, Savannah was addressed. Why wasn't the other family members addressed on the ransom note? It was just Savannah. Did they think that it was going to be Savannah that pays up? I don't know. But my question is, Savannah, a CP girl, after she got the last ransom note that basically said, look, no harm, no foul. We're sorry. Mom didn't make it. She's buried and we are sorry. We, Patty, we are sorry. Mom didn't make it. She's buried in nature. You won't hear from us again. Kidnappers don't give up. They don't write that stuff either. If they had Nancy, they probably wouldn't do a proof of life, but they wouldn't write a letter like that. It doesn't happen that way. I'm serious. Especially with, look, I've dealt with people that are so high up on the pecking order that they have kidnapping insurance for when things like this happen. And they get somebody that it gets taken away. Ring, ring, hello, I need help. And sometimes they don't even want the feds in. They can handle it themselves because these insurance companies have negotiators. If you're buying kidnapping insurance, and it is a thing, and it's very expensive, and if you're buying that, you're told to pretty much, and especially if you get the call, ringy dingy, hello, we have so and so of your family. Do not call. No, you're going to call the insurance because, quite frankly, and I've always said this, Nancy nor any of the family members are liquid. What does that mean? Well, she might be worth $40 million. She might make $8 million a year, but I'm sure most of it, you just don't have that hanging around in your bank, especially in the banking environment these days. So you're not liquid. So it takes a minute. And also, it takes a minute to convert cash into crypto. You've got to have the right scenario. Oh, yeah, darling, listen. Maybe someday I'll tell some stories. But you know what? Most of the times, 99.9% of the time, those people get paid, people get returned, and everybody goes their way. And the people that pay do not want it to become public. I think it's just odd to me. But they don't want it to become public because that sets them up. Because guess what? If you got insurance to pay for that sort of thing, and if one got away with it, so will another. And it's a horrible loop to go down. And that's why you got to be, that's what these things. Thank you, my darling. This lipstick color is Avon. Oh, I meant to look at this for you. Let me check and see what it is. I've got glasses and I can't see. Why do they make these labels so little? Let me see what it is. Dear jumping jollies. Does anybody have to do that? Turn their phone light on and then make sure you've got the magnifying part of to see it. It is called Garnet Sky. It is Avon Glimmer selection. Well, here's the thing, my darlings. This is what I want to warn you about. If I were you, this is on my Avon link. Look right above. Patty put Avon a link to my store, and it's there. I love, and the lights kind of mess with it, but it is very deep and it's very dark and it's very pretty. I love it. It goes on like butter. Right? Because I think that they're now trying to just they're just trying to brush it away. Now, I don't know that to be sure. But I'm also going to tell you this. If that's right, Amy. You're absolutely right. If she could give 500 grand to the man, and did she even? Because look what Amber Heard said. Amber Heard said that she gave money, right? Hello? And she ended up funky Cole Medina. My Cash App and the Venmo, my darling, one of the Venmo is on the screen if you want to do that. But I think one of the mods have the links to Venmo. And the 500K would have been, listen, I'm going to tell you exactly what I would have done, because I know other people that have done this. I would have got trackers from Alaska. Now, of course, there are other major trackers that are excellent, but I would have got these Alaska people, and they know it. Listen, they can sniff out these people like crazy. Number one. And number two. Oh, darn. Sorry. Becky from the Southern Courthouse has got the thing in her mouth. I derailed my train of thought. Don't forget, my darlings, if you like the shine on the hair while you are looking at the Avon, this is an all-in-one leave-in conditioner. It is coconut oil, and it does not make your hair greasy. And in this humidity, I came out this morning looking like a puffball. No kidding. And I thought, oh, heck. And how I use it, I squeeze some, squeezy. I don't put it directly on my hair. I put it on my brush, and I brush it through. But be careful where you spray it, because if you spray it on your bathroom floor or wooden floor or something, it's going to be skippity-doo-dah. You got to wipe it up. Make sure that it's not slick. And yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. I've tried to look for the $500 donation. Has it happened? Think about Amber Heard. I'm nothing against Savannah. She's busy. Maybe she made another arrangement. We don't know. Not coming down hard on anybody. Because I know in these particular cases, thank you so much, Angel. So, you know, you don't need to purr. You just sit down. Okay. So, you know, thank you, Muffin. So, you know, there's little things like this. When you have a kidnapping that I've read on, now I've never been law enforcement, okay? But I do know people that I've worked with who've had kidnapping insurance. It is very, and usually those are the people who also have bodyguards. That they just don't go around, you know, at the zoo and let people run wild, right? It's very cautious. And they're usually high up financial people that have it. So, I'm not saying that Savannah is involved. what I'm saying is, I think that, and by the way, sometimes I like, this is called cashmere. It's part of this too. You're going to love it. Free shipping over 40. It is tube. You want some? And I love it because sometimes the garnet, it can get a little dry. And see, older lips. My grandmother used to say, older lips sink ships. I have no idea. I think it was just a funny thing. No one wants $1 million. Actually, it's 1.25 million. Because somebody, another attorney from, I think, Wisconsin, donated 250,000. Thank you, Detective 1111. You're so sweet. Loose lip sink ships. Yeah, that's what it is. But think about this. What if the 1 million crypto was paid? And because, see, people don't think. They think, oh, crypto, I'm just going to skippity-doo-dah right over to Vietnam. Well, if you ever try to convert that, you're hit. You're hit. So I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to show you some things on Monday that I look through. Because I'm going to tell you, this isn't your normal. And can I tell you this? They don't have enough money. They're not that liquid. $1 million or $30,000 or $60,000 is a lot to some people. That whomever was writing and said, oh, give me a half a Bitcoin. What? How are you going to spend that, pal? Where do you have your wallet? How are you going to convert it? It's pretty hard. Even in this day, with all the digitals, it is still traceable when it gets to a particular point. That might have been it might have been big money for them, but listen, not for your vanilla abduction type stuff. No. And I'm going to also tell you, then when you, well, let's be careful about putting things about, because, it's different from what we think. Let's be careful about putting things in the chat, okay? But they don't have enough money. So if this was supposed to be some type of traditional kidnapping from just somebody sort of kind of off the street, this was a message. This was a message that was sent. Well, I know, Wendy, but we're not going to go that, because we're not going to go there. That's not our business. We're not going to go there. It doesn't matter even if there were. It doesn't affect, No, that's right. It wasn't Nancy. I misspoke when I said Nancy with NBC. It is actually Savannah. I thought I corrected myself. So anyway, my darlings, 4 hours and 11 minutes. It's 11:11 right now. Please, the energy may you have. Write down tonight before you go to bed. Brain, show me what you want me to do. Get me ready. Write down before you go to bed 6 months from now, pick a Friday. Write on your calendar, it all worked out. Celebration dinner. And your brain automatically sets course for that date. That's how it works. Get control of your negative thoughts. Start manifesting. Because you can't manifest if you have hate or unforgiveness in your heart, and I'm sure that nobody here has that. You're going to be in good shape. And I'm going to take off tomorrow. And I will see you Monday. I can't wait. So anyway, my darlings, I'm going to play the outro. Thank you for being here tonight. Thanks for talking. I appreciate you so much. And I will see you Monday, and hang around and say goodbye, because then we're going to put the last end screen on, and I will see you very, very soon. Thanks so much to True Oracle. Thank you so much to Mrs. Marie, and thank you so much to my beautiful mods. I know this was a tough one. You guys were here. I can't believe how quickly the night went. But thanks for hanging in there, and thanks for your gifts. I really appreciate you having you here in the house of Zelda, seeing crime like we always do. See you Monday at the Still Case. Bye for now. They'll tell you the facts are clear, but the truth always flickers between the lines. In every shadow, there's a secret that refuses to stay buried. Clues hide in symbols, and sometimes even fate won't show its hand. Voices echo not just from the living, but from the silence they leave behind. I'm Lady Zelda. This is Seeing Crime, where what's hidden doesn't stay hidden for long. Until next time, keep watching.
you